Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning. Out here. Good morning, Man Poor. Good morning, Max. Good morning, Stocks. Man Bear Bull. Good morning, Sunny. For anybody that was here early on, this is what we drew up. I was outside, candle goes up. Always does this nicely to me, doesn't it? This is what we drew up early this morning. So let's see if she plays all the way out. But yeah, this is how we drew it up for... I know you were here, Max. You were here as of early, so I know you saw it. 1 hour candle with no top wick. Alright. Yeah, we drew this one up because we're looking for the daily flip, hopefully. Is it going to play all the way up there? Maybe not, right? Max saw me draw this up. We drew up here, came down to retest, and then the move up. We expected to come back up here and put a top wick on the daily. Again, it doesn't have to immediately go up. Maybe we bang around here some. It is Monday, but we did draw this up anyway. First thing this morning. For any of you that don't show up to the stream for TA and want to go back on, just go back to the beginning of the video. You know, at any time you can do that. Doesn't even have to be right now. It can be after the stream's over or whatever. Just check out the very beginning and you'll see how I do the TA first thing in the morning. All right, guys. What do we have to do here? That news was, I don't know what you guys thought of it, but less than, less than desirable from where I sit. I was hoping at 8:30 maybe we'd have some kind of, movement. Nothing. So now we have to, see how we can get the rest of the movement once NYSE opens. Hopefully that'll give us something. I don't.
Something to say, you should hear it.
46.2, the level what I'm waiting for. 46.2? Right here. You're looking to short there, I guess. I'm looking for the daily flip. Maybe it doesn't, but that would be nice. But if that happens, we'll go up and we'll retest the highs, right? So maybe we don't get there. We need to fill a wick right here too, so 46.2 would be great, but we got no top wick on right here. There's no top wick on the daily, basically where the open was. We'll see. Yeah, everything above is bullish, yeah. Yeah. I agree. Under bearish, yeah, that makes sense.
listen to me. I've tried so many times to tell you this is as good as I can be. Why isn't it enough to be faithful and also be the hit of the party? Let's just break it down to you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have to be me, and everyone can see your anger is misplaced, and I'm gonna tell you, don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 24/7, and I ain't never gonna stop.
I am not a fan of Mondays either, Sonny. Not at all.
Never gonna stop. No, no.
It gets super slow and super funny a lot of times on Mondays. We get a lot more, and maybe we take advantage of it, right, as Mondays go, but your chart moves a lot more like this. This is what you see all the time. Just this stupid. I know I may be taking it out of context, but that's about what Monday looks like to me. Oh my jeez.
Hello.
Hey, Chief Lock, hey, how's it going?
It's okay. Do we have anything in gold now?
Do we have anything? Yeah, we have Monday. What do you have today?
I got Monday too.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Monday. That's what me and Sonny were just talking about. So right now, not a lot. We're just gonna wait and see what NYSE brings. We got 2 more minutes. See
We are in
see what she does.
area chart area where there is nothing.
I mean, I drew up
There's
the move up.
absolutely nothing in here.
Yeah, I drew up the move up on TA
Yeah,
this
move up or
morning. So
down now.
hopefully we'll see. It moved up. It moved up some already. Ain't no way Chief Lock A and
I'm in
BC.
the
Yeah,
VC.
Chief Lock A and BC.
I'm in the VC.
Yeah. Chief Lock A's back. Back and he's
fucking
strong
back
as
from-
ever. Yeah, strong as ever.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not.
Oh, hell no.
Not how you're supposed to reply to that.
On Friday, I was asking what is a candlestick and what is a stop hand. I need to get back my memory.
He'll get back in the roll of things.
Tell me now, tell me, reality, tell me, you have to tell me now. Here, one thing. At least I will be correct first time, okay?
Okay.
What is liquidity? Yeah, we got. I just wanted to ask about liquidity. Check price point on gold for 2,337.
2,357? What do you mean? Check
300.
price
I
point?
mean, like
Right,
yeah,
yeah.
the last high. The last high.
Let's see
which
here.
one?
Yeah.
No.
This is the
No,
this is the high that we're at.
down.
What?
Oh, lower. More to
Oh, well,
current
that's
price
not-
point. Yeah, this high.
Okay.
Not that. The left one.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
No, not this. Okay, let me wait. Let me share my screen.
No, it's all right. It's just you said 2,357. That's all the way up here, man.
2,337.
37. Okay, that's about right.
Yeah, look at that. Look at my chart.
So what are you asking me about? Gone?
Tell me I wasn't correct here. Tell me it's not correct now.
I don't know what
Yeah,
you're.
there we go. Look at my chart. What did I just draw?
Oh, I'm not looking at the chart. Hold on. Okay.
What is that? Hey, wait, Max, wait.
I mean, that's just
This.
yeah, it's just a range, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you call it's a W.
What does that say here?
A W, yeah.
That's a
You
W.
got, yeah, you got stops. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. It's a W. You're looking for the nose of the W to be broke because that's the range. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. But that is not tradable. We didn't get there. Oh, there we go. Maybe no, the flip already happened. Uh,
Electricity and laptop about to die. I'll be back. This should push. All right, Max. See you in a bit. We'll see. We got a big
Ish
top wick now.
push. Yeah, and I was about to ask for a long now, for a buy.
You're gonna buy,
No.
man. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it, right? You got right here, double top. So you came up, you recovered this wick, got a top. This is your resistance zone, if you will. So this structure hadn't been broken yet. We've got a push up, bottom wick, and now she's pushing. So she retested this structure. So I mean, it's not the ugliest thing, but essentially right here.
No,
that's
I mean
what you're
for the
looking at.
TRC.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, you're right here is what you're looking at. So you're
Oh, no,
into this
there's nothing yet.
this range. I'd like to see, you know, some movement above here, honestly, because this is what? This is your double top, or your M, or the nose of your M for your fake out zone. How many times have we talked about that? So it tapped it pretty perfectly there. Again, not saying it's not going to go up. I'd just like to see it start trading in this area first, but that's just me. If you can find a setup, go ahead and go long, because it's not the worst thing in the world.
No.
I'm not saying you're wrong, especially because everybody went short here. Where's all your shorts at? Right here. They came in short.
Yeah, and I'm
Expecting this to hold. So can it go up? Absolutely. I mean, I drew it going up. I just don't have an entry here. So I can't enter this
yeah, there's no
currently.
entry. I mean,
If you go back to the
probably
first
is
live stream, when I was doing the silent TA, I drew this up already because I expect the daily to flip. But with that being said, I can't get involved here. If we would have got a closure above and then a bottom wick and a flip, I would have traded it up. But since we rejected, and now we've got a top wick and a bottom wick, it's dirty territory. You know what I mean? So, do you think it'll push? I don't know.
yeah,
I
was
don't know.
thinking more like about Shit, again. I did this again. Fuck. Look, like at the area or at the end of the box, on the bottom area of the box, you got, and I was expecting here, or I was seeing there, this area on this price point. I was expecting like there are people shorting because, I mean, of course, the price went down.
35 tick stop loss for
price.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now they spiked up the price and they took them all out with this big candle, the previous candle on the 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that we could just long it after flipping the current candle, but I don't think it worked.
Yeah, like I said, it's a funny thing. It wouldn't surprise me at all if this one doesn't close as an inside. If we don't come back and break these highs, she'll close in as an inside bar. Bet it's real choppy right here.
We got news today at night.
News was 8:30. It's already been.
Yeah, but there will be like somebody from the Fed. What was the federal from? Well, let me check. So
I thought all we had. Oh, I thought we only had 8:30 news. It's already played.
No. Fuck, what was the website? Wait. Yeah, I was checking the wrong day. It will be the next day. Why? Why the fuck this long didn't work out?
Because you never... Because... Okay. Look at this for a second. Alright. We always say this right here is your fake out area. So here's where your fake... right here, the nose EM is always where you're going to get your fake out area when you're moving up. So we came up. This is your structure currently. So we never closed above this structure. I mean, you can look at it however you want, right? Yeah, range, whatever you want to say. This is what you're trading in currently. So we never closed above that. You came up here and tested these highs with a wick. Well, what happened last time? It pushed back down. Again, not saying this will, because we created a nice bottom here. You know, you can easily see how you got a nice bottom here. Oh, on an oscillator, you'll probably go look at the oscillator on the 30 and it looks something like this. So you got bullish divergence for your move up. That's what it should look like currently down below. So we're good. We moved up. However, now we're in indecision box. Let's call it that, right? Even if we get a close above here.
Fuck, wait. Fuck, wait. Give me a second.
Did everybody have a good weekend, I hope? Good weekend, good Father's Day. Still Father's Day everywhere else, right? Or is it different here in the US compared to everywhere else? Yeah, yeah, that's good, that echo. Good morning, by the way. Didn't know you were here. That's good if you got to sleep. Good weekend, man, Bear Boy? Yeah, I had a good weekend. I played some poker. Played some poker and relaxed a little bit. Messed with my generator. Okay. I messed with my generator. I have a generator
I'm very sorry.
You're all right. I have a generator, guys, that I use for
like biggest sorries in my life.
Yeah, you're all right. You're all right. I have a generator that I use for the hurricanes and stuff because we get a lot of hurricanes here in Florida. So I have a 15,000 watt generator that I use, and for some reason, this year when I went to start it up, it just hummed. I don't know exactly what the story is. I've taken the starter off, had the starter checked. I actually replaced the starter. I went and bought another starter and put it on there. Didn't change it, so now I drained what gas I had in it, which I had a seafoam in it, stabilizer, in order to keep the gas good. So I assume it's fine. And again, it's not a starting problem. It just hums. It doesn't actually crank. So I don't think it's a gas problem, but either way, I took the gas out of it for the repair guy. The repair guy's going to come and pick it up today. So we have to load it in the back of his expedition, and then he's going to take it and fix it. So that is the plan, because I can't figure it out. I probably could. Shouldn't say I can't figure it out. If I sat here and I messed with it long enough, I'm sure I could eventually figure it out. It's just one of those things of, they claim there's supposed to be a lot more storms this year, and I don't want to have a taken apart generator just sitting there that I can't use. So I'm definitely not going to be able to fix it as quickly as he can. So I'm just going to send it to him and have it fixed so that we'll be ready once the hurricane does come. So if there is any power outages, I won't lose my power. That's basically what I do with it.
So you can stream for us,
yeah? Yeah, I don't lose my internet because I've got one of those boxes. So if I just get little power flickers, it keeps my power on to my internet. My laptop runs on its own battery. So if we just get a little flicker, everything's fine. But if it's worse than that, I got to run the generator. I got to kick the generator on, and then it'll essentially power everything so that I don't lose any kind of power. So I keep, air conditioning, internet, laptop charged, all the necessities in life, Yeah, man, Bear Bowl, you should check yours too. Absolutely. Yeah. You definitely want to make sure this time of year that the generators are up and running. I've got a little Honda 2000 that's always super dependable, that always works regardless, and that's something that I can use just to run my workstation if I need. So if for any reason I just have to, run my workstation, I can for an extended amount of time. But the 15,000 is a big gen rack, 15,000 whole home generator, so it runs everything. But it just depends on what kind of situation I'm in, you know what I mean? Depends on what's actually going on. I like running the Honda for my workstation because it's like an inverter generator. So supposedly it's supposed to be better for your electronics. I don't know. What's up, G Block?
Yeah, can we generate money using generators?
Yeah.
Okay. So you use generators to let us trade, and then we trade, and then we make money.
I saw a
So
guy
we buy
over
money generators.
I saw a guy over the weekend, no lie. It kind of had me thinking. It was a interview, and this guy is a professional gambler, right? And supposedly he's been like kicked out of all the casinos and things of this nature, right? Because he makes all this money or whatnot. Anyway, he started going to online, and supposedly they won't up your limits on online if you are basically beating the system. Again, this is just all what he claims. Anyway, so he started a company, and this just blows me away. He started a company with two other guys, and what they do is they use other people's accounts. So basically, when you go online, they'll cut off what your max bet is, like leverage and trading, right? They'll cut that off if you are beating the system. So what he's doing is he's paying other people to use their accounts to gamble online because they didn't cut their max betting off, and then he gives them 50% of what he wins. And he's got like, I don't know, almost 1,000 people that he uses their accounts in order to bet on. What is that business? Yeah, it's pretty slick, man. It's pretty slick. So he paid his people out. I think last year he paid his people out like $1 million. So essentially, they're just letting them use their accounts, and all the people made, combined, obviously, like $1 million between them. But I think it's not a ton per person, obviously. But yeah, pretty unique situation. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, reality.
Yep.
Where we should allocate ourselves with the price action or the price to get a good trade or direction of the trade.
Right now?
Like location. Yeah, right now.
Right now it's chop. Right now it's chop
outside
city.
Of this chop.
Well, then if you're trading outside of here, then we look for a position to go long. If we're trading outside here, then you're looking for a position to go short. As of right now, we're in Chop City. I mean, you could put your second box in. This is the next range we're going to be in. Here she is right here. That's going to be your next area if she closes below here. That's ugly, ugly, ugly. Again, you could have took the rejection here, but you're trading with everyone else. I mean, everybody was short there.
So I don't want to do that. Oh, no,
No, me neither.
I'm not doing that.
No, me neither. I mean, I'm not either, but that's Monday for you. Welcome to Monday.
Oh, hell no. And Monday they let win. They let others win. And the whole week until the Friday, they will let everybody win, but on Friday they crush their dreams, yeah?
Well, they do a lot on Friday, yeah, but a lot of times throughout the week they do as well. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you're looking at here. There's nothing for me here at all.
No, it's nothing for me then yet.
I mean, this is ugly. This is where you're at. I mean, that was we moved up into the nose here. We would have been better off with something like this, and you could have shorted down.
Small week.
Yeah, something like this with the
it's not even a fake out.
bullish candle like that, and then gave us a little wick. Or not even a wick, it doesn't even matter either way. It gave us a wick something like this, just to where it took out the highs. And then the next candle came in and grabbed them highs. That would have been the ideal thing. So the next candle comes in just like this, moves up, puts on a top wick just to break them highs, and then flipped. And then we could have got involved there, but yeah, that did not happen at all. So something kind of like that. That would have been ideal.
This
then you
week
coulda
that is
even
currently
waited.
on the previous candle. Yeah.
Yeah.
That ain't a
And
fake
you-
out. I mean, that is
No.
just a regular rejection.
Depending on this wick, whether you printed doji or not, you could have got involved here for a little something, and then you could have waited for the next candle for a wick up and a flip if this closed bearish below too. So I mean, there's a couple different ways you could have played that, but this, no. This is chop.
Hell no, no.
This is ugly.
Well, this is a rejection, yeah, this big wick that we have for now on the previous candle.
Uh,
That is just a
yeah,
rejection. Don't know.
maybe. I mean, currently, yeah.
Hey,
Currently, yeah, but that echo says you can trade from top or bottom to middle of range until you get screwed by a breakout. Yeah,
that's what I
exactly.
got
You can
by
too.
breakout. Yeah, yeah.
You can. It's definitely the case. And this is what I said last Monday. I said it's almost you got to trade these areas. And I said this last Monday, and it's true. That echoes exactly right. I mean, you can start trading it just like this. And I mean,
No,
it just is what it is. But again,
no.
will you get killed at some point in time? Maybe not. Like, it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't last week. It played out all Monday. There was no breakout. So essentially you do that, and exactly like I used to trade Bitcoin, do a number like this, boom, and you could even run further down here if you want this to go lower, and then just take your TPs right here. Or like if you want to go to the bottom of the range, take your TPs here. I just don't know if you'll get entered. If you run down, you could put a second entry. Because with Apex, you can get away with one, right? So you could put your second entry down here. Pull your TPs here. Come back up here, and then you just trade this the whole way through. And more than likely, this is what we'll do all day. This number right here. And you'll be taking TPs, getting in, getting out, because this is more than likely how the price is going to trade off. Hate it, I hate it, I hate it. So it's probably what you're going to see
line like right now.
all day long. Say what?
Place the blue line now. The blue
No, I
line.
didn't no, that blue line was placed a week ago. Something like that.
I've just got like a delay for like 5 seconds. I couldn't hear and I couldn't see anything on the live stream, and suddenly this line appeared.
No, this blue line's been here for a long time. That's the reality hack on the daily. Right.
Yeah.
See, it's right there.
Yes, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah. So. And so far, she's still in play. It's never been stopped. Again, obviously you can't trade it this current way, but I just try to mark it up on the daily. So far, your entry would have been right here. And you still would be in this position if you played it just as you should on the daily. Not how I want to trade, but whoever does is still looking for first TP there, second TP up top here. So, and it wouldn't surprise me. We essentially need a daily flip, but Monday. It's Monday. Who knows if we'll see it? You gotta love Mondays. But that echo, you're exactly right. You absolutely can trade that. And last Monday we talked about this. I almost thought, hey, you should just trade with the traders on Monday and have some fun. I just have such a hard time doing that echo. But with that being said, I mean it makes 100% sense. It's either that or freaking don't trade it on Monday, which is, you know, what I do most Mondays. So not the ugliest thing in the world. And you can almost, I mean, that was such an ugly move. Anyway, just a shit show. Yep. Perfect tap, guys.
What happened?
Over and over and
5.
over again. Yeah, perfect tap. I mean, it's going to be the nose of your M or your double top or whatever you want to say too, but perfect tap. Over and over and over and over again. It just happens over and over and over again, guys. Same thing over and over.
It happens, yeah. It just happens.
If you go all the way back in time, G-Flock-A, on your charts, like all the way back, and you put all the charts together on TradingView, you know what I mean? Like you go all the way back and you put the charts together, what you'll see is that the market drew a picture of Mona Lisa. Did you know that? Are you gone, G-Flock-A? He fell over from a heart attack, guys. I don't know where he went, but he's gone now. The divine intelligence. G-Flock-A, where'd you go? He had a heart attack. Or he's going to check. He's looking back right now. He's like, oh yeah, I see the nose. Oh, he's typing. That's unusual. Our national team lost against Switzerland, and guess what? My mom predicted the exact score. What? Sonny, you know what your problem is. I think I know why you lose now. I think I know why you lose when your mom shows up. You keep on fading her, don't you? She says short, you go long. Come on. You gotta figure it out. That's amazing, though. Ow. I don't think you can say that. She is a witch. You need to have her help you trade. Telling you. Yeah, exactly. Stop thinking, start listening to mom. She's got it figured out. The exact score. Man, oh man, oh man. That is super impressive. Like, beyond. Freaking amazing. Can you help me with my picks next year, Sonny? One to 3 was the score, huh? Yeah, I need her to help me with my NFL picks next year. Can she do that? I just need a few teams that are going to win each week. That's all. Doesn't even have to predict the. We have to think about it. Doesn't even have to be the exact score. Like I don't need that much pressure. It's amazing, but I don't need that much pressure. All she's got to do is tell me a couple teams that are going to win each week. That's it. Yeah. That's freaking amazing for real. If she really can do that, all joking aside, I got an idea for a business, Sonny. We're gonna run a picks generator. We can start picking. She could be the one giving out the picks. We'll run the business side of it. We'll advertise it and say we've got picks. Tell what the winning percentage is. You know, sell people monthly subscriptions or per pick, depending on how they want to do it. And look at it. We've already marketed it right now. We're already marketing as we speak. No, I can't hear you, G-Flock-A. I don't hear nothing. I see you lighting up green. That's weird. Max, can you hear him? Because I see him lighting up green. I don't hear him. Max, are you here? Does anybody else hear him on YouTube? You guys should be able to hear him just the same. I don't hear him, so I don't think so. don't see him lighting up green though. One of these times it's going to kick through. He's probably like screaming and yelling in the background right now. Yeah. Sonny don't hear you either, Chief Lucky. I don't know where Max is. Oh, I don't know why it lights up green though. That's very odd, Chief Lucky. Because I can see it lighting up. I'm sure you can too. Nobody hears you. Very odd, Chief Lucky. You can hear me, Chief Lucky, I guess. Or maybe not. Maybe he can't hear me either. I don't know. I know he keeps lighting up green, but nothing. I can, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea, G-Flock. It makes no sense. Oh, hold on. Max is typing. Okay, Max, can you hear G-Flock? Speak again, G-Flock. I can't hear him. Nope, yeah. So it's not a me problem. I thought maybe it was me problem. I'm glad Max is back.
Now, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, fucking... I can't believe this internet. I got... How much? I got... fucking 2000 milliseconds ping now. 2000. And it's happening, you know, when you were talking to me on... When I was typing, it was happening all the time. And now it came back.
I don't know. No, I didn't push Max. It's just ugly. We're right back into range.
Yeah,
that's
you wanna
all
push.
we got there. All we got there.
You wanna push, I wanna trade.
The problem is, Sonny, if you get your mom to do that, she's gonna have to spend a lot more time, like, at your house. It's not good. That could be very, very bad. Forget about it. Man, I thought we were going to have the best sports betting agency around. Killing my dreams, Sonny. Imagine her being able to call the scores on all the games. Like, that's... Wow. Super, super, super amazing. I mean, out of this world amazing. That is crazy. I've never, I don't know exactly how that works. Like, I bet you get super odds on something like that. I've never even considered trying to, guess a score on a game, but I bet you get pretty good odds on being able to pick that correctly. That's like way up there. I've never even considered it because, yeah, that's nothing I can do. Oh, geez. She said, sorry, son, your team's gonna lose. Oh my gosh. It's crazy, though. How did she know? That's something, I'm telling you. You need to start listening to her. I'm not kidding. Like, for real? How did she know that? Were they supposed to win, Sonny? Like, I mean, I don't know a lot about how it was supposed to be. Were they favored? Was the other team favored? I mean, what was that similar to how they were favored? Or was this like something that shouldn't have happened? And yet she got it right. I mean, it's impressive either way, but just curious on this side of it where, you know. I guess. Yeah. You just need to sit down with her after that, though. You'd be like, "Hey, Mom, is there any way we can do this a couple more times? I just want to see." Or taking her to the horse track or something. Gee. One of these horses you think's gonna win, Mom? Freaking amazing. Yeah, you should have bet the score. I don't know what kind of what you get on something like that, but I bet it's a pretty impressive win. You know what I mean? I assume that that's a pretty good prop bet if I was to think about it. I mean, I don't know. I've never even considered it because I'm not going to be able to guess the exact score of a game for anything, but it was, yeah, I bet it is too. I bet it's 20 times at least too. Yeah, absolutely. Because that's that's mind-blowing to say the least that you can even get that. I mean, that's to be able to guess that. Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah. There's probably a game on right now, Sonny. What are we doing here? Where's your mom at? Oh, that's bad. It is Monday after all. We should be betting on whatever game your mom says is going to be whatever it's going to be, because that makes a lot more sense than trying to trade this Monday market. Luckily not here. I don't know. We right now, Sonny, you might be more lucky if she was here, because it's Monday. You're probably going to get no kind of trades that are worth anything today, and yet you could be possibly betting on, you know, some kind of game. Probably just like open up the sports book and just ask her, like, look, here's who's playing today. What do you think the score of this team's going to be? Watch her just rattle it off the top of her head and it'd be right. How amazing would that be? Oh, you had 6 trades already? 100% win rate on Dow? What? Okay, never mind. Tony's killing it on Monday anyway. Holy moly, good job, man. Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Why Sonny on the YouTube and not in the Discord? Sonny.
That's where Sonny wants to be. We got a lot of people that are Man Bear Bulls on YouTube, Sonny's on YouTube, Dad Echo's on YouTube. A lot of people stay on YouTube. Actually, normally YouTube. Well, normally YouTube works better too than the Discord. A lot of times the mic's all crackly in here. A lot of times things don't work correctly, so YouTube's actually a better platform than Discord by far. So.
Man Bear Bulls. Well, the money icons here, the money emojis. No, it's Monday, I forgot. No money emojis.
Yeah, the emojis are better on YouTube. Everything's really better on YouTube. The only reason I come here is because there's people that like to be in the VC, and this is how people talk.
How am I gonna talk to you if you are on YouTube?
Exactly.
How am I gonna talk to you?
Yep, that's why I come here.
Playing on everything.
There you go. That's why I come here. But you know, I try to do everything, you know, to where everybody's happy with wherever I'm at. I try to do that. But that's why we came back here rather than the VDO, because VDO people weren't as happy with. They like the you know, the Discord better, which is fine. Doesn't matter to me. It's just if everybody else is sharing screens, we still have to do that through VDO, but I can't tell you when the last person is that came through and shared their screen and was trading. So it's been a while. Not that it's a big deal. It's just
I cannot share my screen because my internet is so shitty. If I would share the screen, it would get like 2000 ping now.
Yep.
Wait, let me try to turn it on.
No, it doesn't matter. I said, I can't use it from there. No,
Yeah,
I
Max.
can't use it from there anyway.
Yeah.
But
Oh my god,
on the
Max,
video.
what happened to your chat, fam?
Anyway,
My days. What skill issue? Fucking, I'm gonna get eye blast from this. Skill issue, yeah? She ain't doing nothing now.
now it's right back in the range, just like we were talking about. It's just ugly.
The big culprit, yeah? Plays 20 trades and 100% win rate from that.
I'm gonna have to pick my Super Bowl picks here soon, Sonny. Figure it out. I don't think I'm going to pick the Chiefs. I think there's going to be any money in taking them, so win. I don't know. Here in the next, normally I take them somewhere around preseason ish. That's normally when you get the best, you know, equity, if you will, on your bet. So you want to do it before the teams start winning too much, because it'll start getting swapped around a little bit. So I'd like to see a little bit of preseason maybe, just to see how the guys are working together. Your new rookies from the draft and some of your free agent guys. I'd like to see some of them just to see. But normally before the season starts, before the actual real season starts, is when I pick the Super Bowl winners. So, and I probably won't pick the Chiefs. Again, not because I don't think that the Chiefs can make it to the Super Bowl. So don't get me wrong there, but because the money's not going to be worth it. More than likely, we'll have to see what the what it's worth, but a lot of betting on the Super Bowl has to do with, you know, if you're playing cards, pot value, right? If the pot value is not there, I'll just skip. And normally the last year's Super Bowl winner, you don't get a lot of odds on your money. So, and I can imagine the Chiefs are in the same thing. I think they are like 5th right now for, their acquirements from off season, so they didn't get worse essentially, and they got better, and they won the Super Bowl last year. So I think they do have the hardest season though, so their schedule is, I think, pretty tough compared to everyone else. So you have to take that into consideration too. So if your odds are super bad and they didn't lose anything in the off season and they actually got a little better, then you have to think, okay, well, they still have a good chance of going back. But with having the hardest season, and people don't take that into account, if they have a much harder season than everybody else, it's not always just that, you know, you have a harder season, so therefore you don't win as much. You have to take into consideration that if you have a harder season, a lot of times you have more injuries, and injuries play a huge role in, you know, making it through the season, postseason even more so, and then into your divisional win, your conference win, and your your Super Bowl run. So injuries can play a huge role in that, and I still want to see how well the new receivers are going to be running with them as well. I know they acquired Hollywood Brown, and from my understanding, he's been down in Texas training with Mahomes, so they should have a pretty decent connection come preseason, and we'll see how that plays out. Hopefully that brings that deep threat back. I think they should have a pretty decent run this year. But again, they do have a super hard season, so I mean, one key player getting hurt changes everything pretty quick. So that is always an issue. Right now, I'm looking at the Ravens. I think the Ravens are going to have a pretty good run. So the Ravens, the Texans, Houston Texans, I think that they look pretty good. So I want to see what the odds are. I haven't actually looked at the odds for the Super Bowl yet because it's still early yet, but these are just my thoughts as I'm thinking here, right? If you can get some pretty good pot odds on the Ravens, the Texans for the AFC side. NFC is going to be tough because, San Francisco's not going to, you're probably not going to get great odds on them. I don't know. You kind of got to look at it and see what your odds are, but I do like them. Most improved team, if you can bet that. I think most improved team is going to be Chicago, the Bears. That's my opinion. We'll see how that runs. I think they probably are going to make it into, I bet they make the playoffs this year. So we'll see. Like I said, again, it's got to do with the chemistry between, your new players. So we got to see how that works once preseason starts running, but that would be my thought process currently. I mean, I think that new quarterback that they drafted is going to be, I'm a Kansas City Chiefs fan, you already know, and a lot of people argue that Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league, and I think this young kid could be that good, if not better, and that says a lot coming from a Chiefs fan, with a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes. But we'll see. I think he's got all the talent coming out of college, let's put it that way. So I think the Bears will do pretty well, and they ended up drafting a pretty good receiver, too, to go along with this kid in the first round. So it just depends on how these guys work together and how it does. But I think I could see them making it to the playoffs this year. I really could, and that's going to be a huge improvement over, how they've been playing thus far. So last few years have been a struggle ever since the draft, where they took, and this is funny, you want to think about it, it goes all the way back to the Mahomes draft. Who did the Bears take that year? Mitch Trubisky. Yeah, so interesting enough. This gold is doing nothing, guys.
Wait, give it a moment.
Give you a moment?
No, the gold a moment. Give the GC a moment.
Yeah, give it a moment. Well, look at Dixie.
Oh no, then Dixie.
Yes. Yes, Caleb Williams. Yes, Sonny. I actually looked at that kid's tape. I don't know, 3 months ago, before the draft. I was looking at his tape because me and a buddy were talking about, we actually were looking at tape for receivers for the Chiefs, honestly. Which, one of the guys that we picked there was one of the guys that I had that just wasn't my... Worthy wasn't my first pick, me personally. But I get why the Chiefs took him. He is a speedy guy. But anyway, Xavier Legette was... He was a good pick too. Anyway, but yeah, I was looking at the tape for the wide receivers, just trying to figure out what, what should be a decent pick for the Chiefs before the draft ever happened, and I stumbled upon, some of the highlight reels from Caleb Williams as well, and kind of got into, really looking into him. And I mean, that kid is something special. Now, you always have the question, right, Sonny, of making the switch from college to the NFL. I don't think he's going to struggle with it. I mean, there's some guys that do and some guys that don't. And I always said I felt like, like a Trevor Lawrence, right? I always said I didn't think he'd have a hard time, transitioning from college to NFL, and he didn't. I'm not saying that he's some stunning quarterback. Never said that he would or wouldn't be. I think he's still a good quarterback, right? And, like Justin Herbert, I like him too. And I knew in college he wasn't going to struggle. Some of the guys you can just see, and I think Caleb Williams is one of those guys. I don't think he's going to struggle with the transition to the NFL. They just have a different kind of, confidence about them and how confident they are out on the field. And a lot of the guys don't. They're a little shaky out there. They're not exactly as, as confident out there in college. And you see a lot of that while they're on the field. And the guys that are super ahead of college ball, normally they're going to transition pretty well. And it's not even just about, okay, so they've got great skill set. It's not about that. It's about when they get in trouble, how confident they still are to, stay in that pocket, or depending on what kind of quarterback they are, make that move. And what I can tell you about Caleb Williams in conjunction is he's got something a little special, right? If you go back and you look at his tape, not only is he, an athletic, highly talented kid. I mean, he's a hell of a quarterback, but also he has a knack for, extended a play, and not in a way, and he can run too, don't get me wrong. So he can scramble with the best of them, but he doesn't just take that as an opportunity. Like, you take a guy like Lamar Jackson, right? And again, Lamar Jackson's a great quarterback too, don't get me wrong. But you take a guy like Lamar Jackson that gets pressured, or a Jalen Hurts, they get pressured, and a lot of times they'll just roll out of the pocket and then go ahead and go. And then you got a guy like Mahomes that likes to extend his time in the pocket. He'll scramble around a little bit and still make plays. And that's kind of how this kid is, right? And he will scramble around, extend his plays, and still go for the pass, at the end of all of it. Which, yes, he loves the pressure. Exactly, Sonny or Dak. Exactly, he loves the pressure. Doesn't bother him any. And that's a big difference in how these guys transition once you get there. When the pressure doesn't bother them, it's tough on a defense. Huge. And the kid can run. So, I mean, it's not like he can't run. He can run as well. So he can scramble out of the pocket and roll down the field just the same. I mean, he doesn't struggle with that either. But the whole thing is, he makes the right play, right? He uses his head and still makes the right play. And that is what is so super great about him. And I think he's going to be one of the great ones. You heard it here first. Maybe I'll be completely wrong, but I think he's going to be a super good quarterback, because that thought process, he keeps rolling with it and he doesn't really get rattled. I've seen him shed tackles and rock on. You got to question what they're going to do with him, if they're going to let him go out there and play his game. That's always where the problem comes in at. A lot of these kids are naturally just super talented, and a lot of coaches and teams take it from them, and that's where problems come in at. So a lot of it's got to do with how they handle him too. And the Bears, you know, they didn't do great by Trubisky. I'm not telling you that he didn't have confidence issues, because he absolutely did. That was my problem. I never thought that Trubisky was a first quarterback, number one. Coming out, he was okay. He was fine, but he needed a lot of work, and he needed to build a lot of confidence, and it was one of those things. So, just one of those things. He wasn't my first pick in that draft, but when we talk about that, neither was Mayfield. You know, I wasn't a big fan of Mayfield either. He was fine, but I didn't think he was a number one. So, just one of those things. And I think that Herbert was much more of a pick. I mean, you want to think about something. The wife is a Dolphins fan, right? So I've always kind of followed the Dolphins just the same. Of course, Sonny, you already know this. And when that draft happened and they took Tua, I was extremely, extremely, extremely disappointed, because they could have took Herbert. You gotta put that in perspective for a minute. Imagine Miami Dolphins with Herbert playing. I mean, they'd be a completely different team. Could you imagine Herbert to Hill? Come on. I mean, what? And I'm not taking anything for Tua. Don't get me wrong. And Tua's he's did a lot on the offseason. He's lost a ton of weight. Supposed to be getting everything right, so maybe he comes back this year and is great. Don't get me wrong. I still am a Herbert fan. Again, I'm not taking anything from Tua. I just think Herbert is naturally a amazing athlete, super smart kid, and I think he would have did amazing on the Miami team, and they passed on him. It's just kind of, you know, one of those things. What are you gonna do?
Reality.
Yep.
Breaking to the upside. Look at that. It's Monday.
Yep.
We got moves, maybe. If it won't
Yep.
retrace.
Yep, it's moving. It's moving.
But people are shorting now. What the people are doing now?
Yeah. Who knows?
What you mean? Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? It's Monday.
What you mean? Who knows?
Who knows? It's Monday. We're talking football.
Oh yeah. Go football.
No.
Okay. Go football.
Like in the football talks. Yeah, man, Bear Bowl. See, yeah. I mean, it's Monday.
I'm
It's
lost,
boring,
like,
G
all the
Flock.
way. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're talking like different names, and I'm like lost.
you need to keep up with the NFL, G Flock. What's going on?
Oh hell
you're
no!
you act like you're from like Germany or something. What's wrong with you?
What? I don't watch sports.
You watch
Yeah, there we go.
sports.
That's my brain now. Yeah, that's my brain now. Yeah, loading.
What a loading.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Listen, I don't bet. I don't watch sports. I watch charts. Yeah, I'm betting on charts. Yeah. We
There you go,
we
there you
got
go.
the team A, and then we got the team B with the sellers and buyers, and I bet on them.
Uh,
Yeah, then the whole marketplace is a tournament or some.
Let's see here. Yeah, man, Bear Bowl. I love football. I like the NFL much more than I like the NBA. However, I wager on both. So it's just kind of one of those things. I mean, actually, what got me, I don't know if you've ever heard the story, Man Bear Bull, but sports betting actually is what got me into trading in the first place. So
Wasn't that poker? Poker.
No, it was sports betting. I bet the Eagles to win the Super Bowl, and they did.
First one was football, then was the poker, and then was the trading. Yeah. Timeline.
No, it was sports betting. I won the bet, and my money got put into, on there. You get in like crypto, so it was like Bitcoin. And I saw the movement on Bitcoin, how the money kept going up.
And then you started trading Bitcoin. Okay.
Yep. And then I was like, hold on, I need to figure out some way to take advantage of this. So yeah, I bet the Eagles to win the Super Bowl pre-season, just like we're talking about now. I normally put in some bets. I didn't take one last year.
I don't know who are Eagles. Okay. I don't know who are these
Philadelphia.
guys.
Philadelphia.
I don't know who's Philadelphia.
And there's good odds that year too on the Eagles. They definitely weren't expected to win that game. Definitely not. So
Yeah, 10 minutes delay on saying bye to Max. Okay.
yeah, I just saw that he left. Yeah, man, Bear Bull, that's...
So we're alone now with the guys
I don't
in the
think
chat.
they're going to win. You don't think they're going to win this year? Yeah. Trying to think. The NFC is, yeah. I don't think so either. I hope not. I mean, they didn't have a bad run last year, but I got to tell you, they really got killed on their offseason. Think about this for a minute. And I don't know how many of you guys watch the Eagles or even follow the Eagles, but one of the best things they did last year was fourth down conversions. Their fourth down
Who's that?
conversion, the Eagles, their fourth down conversion percentage was super, super, super high. And this was something that they relied on in fourth and short, situations. So they always got, those downs back, because fourth and short was almost a give me for them all last year. Well, now it's not. You know what I mean? They lost Jason Kelce to retirement. So now they're not going to be able to play the same. They're not going to be able to be dependent on them fourth and short opportunities anymore. That guy was, the heart of that quarterback sneak in fourth and short. I mean, it was almost a gimme. Every single freaking fourth and short, they were getting at a percentage that was just unbelievable. So that's not going to be a get out of jail free card anymore for them, and I think they're going to struggle a lot with that. Not having that situation in their back pocket. They don't have that free card anymore. And you do got to realize too, it's never super easy to transition to a new center. I mean, a lot of people never think about it. They always say, oh, well, quarterback's the most important guy on the field. Wide receivers. Then you go to tight end. Running back, whatever you think, right? But at the end of the day, them linemen are super, super, super important. Especially a center. I mean, he's the guy getting the ball to the quarterback and normally being one of the biggest protectors of the quarterback. So if that position is not up to par, they're gonna have a tough time. So you're really gonna have to eye how that works. Yep, no O-line, no team. Absolutely right. I started with football and MMA betting and realized it's tougher than I thought. Yeah. Football, like I said, I bet football quite a bit. I enjoy betting football because I like to watch football, but I make much more money betting NBA. So, and I can't sit here and have a discussion with you about NBA or players or anything else. I mean, not like this, not in depth, right? Like, I can't tell you who went where or anything else on the NBA side of things because I don't keep up with it like that by any means. However, I take advantage of overextension. No, I mean, you guys know how I bet the NBA, so it's something completely different. I don't have to know the teams. I don't have to know the players per se. I need to know how strong the bench is and how strong the stars are, and that is about it. So, and then I take the lines and I find places that I can fade the lines. So essentially I'm finding inefficiencies in the chart, and that's what I'm doing on the NBA betting side of things. So
now we got overextension, yeah? On the goal.
So that's how I do it. But yeah, you have to have an O-line, man, bear ball, and especially a center. And we're going to have to see how the chemistry works between Hurts and his new center. And that's going to be that's going to play a huge role in how they do this season. That could be a transition that, you know, either plays out super easy and everything goes well, or it's super hard and they struggle for, you know, maybe, you know, half to 3/4 of the season or more. So it could play a big role. And him being such a scrambling quarterback and running a lot, he needs that blocker up front too. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be something. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'd want to see a lot more of them before I was ever even considering them even making it that deep, Sonny. I agree. I'm not betting them for the Super Bowl win currently, but we'll see how it all works. But you are right, man, Bear Bowl, with the no O-line. You have to have a line all the way around. I mean, whether it be O-line or D-line, you have to have a line. If you don't have a line, I mean, that's why it's team sport, right? But people forget how important linemen are. So that's a huge issue in football and how fans look at it. Most fans don't pay a lot of attention to line, and they don't see key moments when things happen. It's like, for instance, like Frank Clark, right? Frank Clark is not a great defensive lineman, but, you know, in most people's thoughts, right? But think about the things that Frank Clark did over the years. You know, those third downs, he may not get a sack throughout the game, right? But when it was on the line and it was third down and the game's going to be over, you know, fourth down, the game's going to be over if you stop him here, you know. That's the places that Frank Clark came to play. And he'd come up with the sack then when it mattered. And everybody always likes to talk about, you know, this person got this many sacks, or this person did this, or this person did that. And that's all good. But if you're getting sacks you know, first and 10, and that's where your sacks come all the time. What does that matter? You know, so there's a lot of linemen that are that way. You'll see these defensive guys, and they've got all these sacks recorded, but a lot of times this was a 1st and 10 sack. And not saying it's not a sack, great, you got a sack, but that's not nearly as impressive as actually your sack being the one that, you know, completes the game. So yeah, just depends. Just depends on the players. A lot of people like to just look at stats rather than look at how it actually works in the mix of things, right?
Can we get Fields to join?
I don't know.
Yeah, people in the YouTube chat. Do you want some entertainment now?
I don't. Phil's not always. Sometimes Phil's is alright, but sometimes he is handful. Ends.
Or the guy from 2 weeks back, the Zopq, yeah?
Zop's not even here anymore. He got banned.
Who's that? Who's that guy?
I think it's Bee Juice.
Yeah.
Yep. So I banned Zop and Prozzy because Prozzy was Bee Juice. I think they all were Bee Juice, honestly. So I got rid of them all.
Yeah, who was the guy? What was his name? Wait. Richie something.
Yep, that's Prozzy. Cowboys. Yeah.
That's also Prozzy.
You know, Sonny, Cowboys have all the pieces. But Cowboys have all the pieces. They have all the pieces. They just never seem to put it together. The Cowboys have a great team. You know what I mean? Vikings. Yeah. Yeah, Dak's not good. Dak. I don't care for Dak. All right. But, yeah. With that being said, a lot of people like Dak. I mean, Dak puts up numbers. The problem is Dak doesn't win games. That's where the problem comes in at. You go look at his numbers and you'd never in a million years, you know, think that he's not a great quarterback on paper, right? But just what essentially what I was just talking about. The numbers don't always tell the true story, and that's a Dak issue. That's the problem. His numbers look great. Exactly. When he's under pressure, he can't handle it. Yeah. You know another quarterback like that, and I'll tell you, Jared Goff. This guy, and a lot of people say he's a crappy quarterback. Other people say he's a great quarterback. However you want to look at it, in my opinion, right, Jared Goff is probably one of the best quarterbacks in a hurry-up offense. I don't think there's another guy in the freaking league that can stand up to Goff in a hurry-up offense. You know, he is amazing. But where Goff's problem is you start pressuring him, knock him down a little bit, and he starts making a lot of mistakes. And a lot of that has to do with, you know, I know a guy that plays pool. Amazing pool player, right? He used to play in a lot of the tournaments. He's actually, you know, did some pro level events. Extremely good player. He's a young kid. He actually started playing when he was super young. I think he's 18, 19 years old now. And if you see him rock around a pool table, he's like 100 miles an hour. I mean, rolling. And if he slows down, or if somebody can slow him down and start putting a little bit of pressure on him, he starts making mistakes. And then Goff's exactly the same way. These guys can kill it if they're just running and not thinking. Once they start thinking and their head starts getting the best of them, now things get, now things get bad and they start making a lot of mistakes. This guy that plays pool, same exact thing. He's great when he's on fire and he's running. And I mean, he just goes and goes and goes and goes. You slow him down, you put a little bit of pressure on him, you start playing some safeties on him. That's what you do in pool, right? You start playing some safeties on him and start kind of binding him up a bit to where he's getting trapped, and they start using their head. They start thinking. And once they start thinking, they get themselves in trouble by overthinking things, and they'll start making mistakes. And these are all human nature things, guys. This is a lot that the market's the same way. This is all a thought of human nature, right? This is all a mental thing. When you're here and you're looking at these charts and you're looking at the numbers going up and you're looking at the numbers going down, and you see this stuff, you start playing these mental games in the charts just the same. That's what you want to look at, right? That's the problem with Dak, and that's why Mahomes is awesome. Yep. And that's the whole thing. Mahomes isn't the greatest quarterback out there, as far as talent as a quarterback. Think about it for a minute. The guy's he's not a super good runner. He's slow as all get out. He's not the most accurate thrower. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things you can say about Mahomes when you put him on paper. He's not super, super good, but if you got a guy, if you got 2 minutes on the clock and you need to drive down the field to win, that's where Mahomes is the guy you want on your side. Why? Because that's the spots you want him in. He's extended plays. He's trying everything he can. He's getting it done. Think Tom Brady, right? How was Tom Brady good? I mean, think about it for a minute. Tom Brady was one of the best quarterbacks in the league, but tell me what he did that stood him out amongst other quarterbacks. You remember them big long passes because he had a strong arm? No. You remember the accuracy numbers because he was the most accurate quarterback there was? No. You remember these big numbers of passing down the field and all this good stuff? No. I mean, that wasn't Tom Brady. Tom Brady just showed up to win games. That was it. Yeah, he was good in a hurry, but why? Think about that for a minute, too. Why was he good in a hurry? Two reasons. One was because he absolutely knew how to read defenses, so he was almost like having a coach on the field. He'd been in the business so long that he could really, really, really read a defense, so you didn't need the coach coming in and saying, it's 50x. Oh, that's an amazing answer. He was good at reading defenses, so he was almost like having a coach right on the field with you, right? That's first. But number two, think about his receivers. What kind of receivers did he have? When you take guys like Gronk, when you take guys like Edelman, what were these guys great at? These were possession receivers. So all they did was run these quick slants and over the middles, and all he had to do was put it within reach of them, and they're going to come down with the ball, right? So he could read the defense, split the defense, and, get the ball to one of these guys. And they were extreme good possession receivers. So, and the biggest thing that the Patriots had for them to win the Super Bowls they did, right? What was one of our main reasons? And I know I'll probably get hate for this, but one of the biggest reasons was because they were in the weakest division in the NFL. I mean, think about it. They had the likes of the Jets, the Dolphins at that time, and I mean, the Jets and the Dolphins are much better today, but come on. Dolphins, the Jets, I mean, it was the weakest division, so they essentially had the easiest schedule almost always. And I'm not taking anything from Brady. Brady was a great quarterback, don't get me wrong. It's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to say they did have some chips stacked in their direction the same way, but there wasn't another guy that was better at reading the defense and figuring out what to do. I believe that Mahomes will get there. There's not another guy on the field that was more competitive, right? Think about this guy. I don't know how long you guys have followed football, right? But you realize Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick. 6th-round pick. Where do you want to play at? Anybody know? Good morning, afternoon, guys. Been listening. Not a single word. Needless to say, I know nothing about any sport, either foreign or domestic. Hey, Paul. Didn't know that. Yes, he's 6th-round pick. Think about this for a minute, okay? Not only was he a 6th-round pick, there's a real funny story about this. Man, Bear Bull. He was a 6th-round pick. He was a backup quarterback. All right. Now, I'll get into it even more than this. You guys are going to get bored with my sports statistics. But his quarterback, the starting quarterback, got hurt. And that's what got him on the field. We'll go into that a little bit more, too. Right? That's what got him on the field. And then he continued to play and just amaze everybody because he was such a competitive guy that he has to win. But yeah, he was picked in the 6th round. So, absolutely no hope for him. He had nothing going for him. He just like, I mean, I'm not going to say just like Mahomes because Mahomes has a bomb of an arm. Brady had nothing. He was slow. He was not built like a quarterback. He did not have a strong arm. He was not the most, there was just nothing, right? And he wanted to, this is the funniest thing in the world. And we'll get back into the injury thing here in a minute, but this is the funniest thing in the world. He wanted to go to San Francisco. That's where he wanted to play football. You know, he's from there. He wanted to go there. He wanted to follow in Montana's steps. Now you look at that too. What was Joe Montana? You know, he was that same kind of guy. He didn't have all the skills. He wasn't some quarterback that everybody thought was going to be this elite athlete. Joe Montana just had a lot of heart, and Brady was kind of that way. Mahomes is that way. But anyways, he wanted to go to San Francisco. It's a funny thing. That year, San Francisco had the #1 pick. And I think it was #1. Anyways, they took a quarterback. Somehow they got up and they took a quarterback. And that quarterback at the time was supposed to be the best quarterback ever. And this kid could not make the transition from college to the NFL. He came out there in the first few plays. He came out and he got just drilled by a defensive lineman and shut him down, ended his career. I mean, not really. He continued to play, but it was a disaster. The guy was the worst quarterback, you know, the worst 1st-round pick that anybody ever even ever even saw. So yeah. So that's where that is. Really, isn't that like Purdy then? He was 3rd backup and only got on because the 1st and 2nd were injured. Yep. Same kind of deal. And we'll think about that. And as we go back to that kind of thing, and this happens a lot, Asif. I mean, you're exactly right. And as you go on to that, think about Hurts, right? I don't know how many of you guys know anything. I mean, I don't know how many follow college football just the same, right? But OU's where Hurts played, right? And no, Alabama. Yeah, he was in Alabama first, then OU, right? Either way, doesn't matter. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's been a lot of years ago. But that's the whole reason that Tua is now, was even part of playing was because Hurts got hurt. Tua was Hurts' backup. And Hurts got hurt, and Tua came on the field, and they actually gave him the starting position from that. So you see this play out a lot. These guys that are, behind the other guy and then end up doing so well once they come out. But I mean, Brady was completely against all odds because he was a 6th-round pick. I mean, this kid shouldn't have went nowhere. Quarterbacks in the 6th round. I mean, come on, think about that for a minute. And look, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league at the end of the day. No, we hadn't taken any trades today, Paul. It's Monday. It's ugly. No, you didn't miss nothing, Paul. Not at all. Other than football talk, and I don't think you missed that. Yeah, I think the drive was probably better than this PA too. I agree. This price action is ugly. But yeah, that's your stories, and then you got to think about the people who passed on everybody too. It's crazy. I mean, all them teams that passed on Brady all them times. Well, you know, Lamar Jackson. Think about Lamar Jackson, right? He's been MVP. What? Last 2 years? 3 years, maybe? I mean, he's a good quarterback. You realize all 32 teams passed on him. He went number 32, and everybody says, no, he went 32 in the first round. Yeah, but 32 teams passed on him. You realize the Ravens traded up with the Patriots in order to get him. So he was passed on by 32 teams before he was ever picked. So Patriots didn't want him. They traded the pick away. They had the number 32 pick that year. Just crazy. And then you think about all the quarterbacks that went ahead of him that weren't worth nothing. You know? These teams normally don't get it right. It's just like we passed on the Chiefs, right? And I was so mad when we took Hilaire. Oh my gosh. I got a buddy that talks a lot of football with me, and I knew we needed a running back when we picked him. And I wanted Swift, DeAndre Swift, and I'm sure any of you guys that know anything about football have heard that name before. That's who I wanted out of college. And we passed on DeAndre Swift in order to take Hilaire. I was so freaking upset. I've hated that guy since the beginning. I don't have any more love for him today. But we passed on DeAndre Swift. Just the dumbest thing ever. I could not understand it. And they tried to say that Hilaire was going to be a better backfield threat, you know, catching passes out of the backfield, things of this nature. Lottie, because he had hands, whatever the case may be. But look at Swift, guys. Come on. Stop playing. Messi, Ronaldo football, or the other one? The NFL. American football,
where's
Max.
it going? Max, which way?
Well, the other. That football, yeah, American football. Sorry, I don't know anything about you know, that football. So we call it soccer, right? I don't know nothing about it. I'm sorry. I know most of you guys prefer that football. I know.
But isn't that dividing on American football and football?
Yeah, I mean, most of the guys in the server prefer, you know, football like that, not American football. We call that soccer. Would it be weird, guys? You guys from the United States, who all here? Man Bear Bull, that Echo, all you guys. Wouldn't it be funny if that football we called football, and then instead of calling them soccer moms, we'd call them football moms? Wouldn't that be weird?
Soccer moms, what is that?
That's what the soccer mom's the lady who drives the minivan and drives all the kids to soccer practice. It'd be so weird to call them football moms. That would be so odd. Football mom sounds more aggressive. Yeah, see, that's the problem.
We call them yummy mummies around reality.
Yummy mummies.
There's a certain sect of the millennials that's having the children nowadays. They're all driving around rural areas on wee back roads at 80 miles an hour on these white SUVs. Most of them can't even see over the actual steering wheel. and they're
Oh
all
my
pumped
jeez.
to the nines. They go to their school to lift their children at full makeup. Yeah, and this is rural Ireland. This is rural Ireland, man. I'm not joking. That's literally what it's like. I know.
Yeah, Sonny, you're laughing. I never know how much. I think you understand so much of this stuff that I talk about because I know you spent some time here in the United States and you kind of understand this culture a lot more. A lot of the guys from the other countries, I talk about this stuff and we they don't have a clue of what I'm talking about because the culture here is so weird sometimes, right? That Echo says soccer, the sport for 14-year-old American girls and the rest of the world. Yes. Oh man, you better be careful, that Echo. Oh, he just hurt everybody's feelings. I'm telling you, he just offended everybody on the stream almost.
I agree with him.
Oh my gosh. You just offended everybody. That Echo. That's hilarious though. Hilarious. You got to think about it though. As much as we give crap to soccer, and I agree because I don't think it's it's not football. We expect football to be football, right? But you want to know what the tough sport is that they got, and they got this in other countries. That dang rugby. Now rugby's a sport. Oh my geez. Now that sport's tough.
That's a hard man's game, that.
Yeah. Rugby's something, and I think we've been incorporating some rugby players. I think we are actually supposed to be getting one. I think we got one this year, but I think there's some rugby players that are transitioning to the NFL, and that's pretty impressive. The rugby is like American football without pads, essentially.
Yeah.
So, but I get the soccer thing. I really do. Like, people say, well, what? That's actual football. I get the determination behind it because, I mean, essentially you can't touch the ball with anything but your feet. You know what I mean? So it makes sense. It makes sense for it to be called football at the end of the day. It really does. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it because, we see it as soccer, but it makes sense. I get the argument. But I got to tell you, I'm not a fan of soccer or football as they call it, right? I'm not a super fan of the sport. But that's just me. I've never, I don't know. One of those things. I watch sports to a degree, but some stuff I'm not a big fan of. And soccer's one of those things that just I'm not. Oh yeah, I love UFC. That's actually that was what I intended to do with my life. So that's another story.
I love the initial UFC. Remember whenever it started out first with no rules at all?
Yep.
Everybody had a different fighting style. I like that more so than the shit show that it is now.
Yeah, they've changed a lot. I haven't watched the UFC in a while, but I know they've implemented a lot of rules. I remember, and I assume you're talking about the same thing, back when they had the actual Ultimate Fighting Championship is what it was, and it was great because they would come out, right? And I mean, these guys that were the best thing that ever happened, the coolest switch of the sport, right, was when Boyce Gracie came out. And I don't know if you remember that, Paul, but Boyce Gracie came out, and here he was this itsy bitsy little bitty guy in a gi, right? And they didn't have weight divisions back then, guys. So you got to understand, it was a different thing. What you did was you fought, each round of the championship until you won. So essentially, you came out and you fought this guy, and that moved you to the next round. And then you come out and you fight the next guy, and that moves you to the next round. It wasn't anything about weight divisions and all of these things. It was much, much different than it is today. Anyway, okay. So it was great because this guy came out, this little bitty guy from Brazil, and he's fighting these guys, 250, 260, 280 pounds, just brute of guys. This guy doesn't have any kind of muscular build to him, anything. And he's out there and he's wrapping these guys up and choking them out with his gi and putting them in rear naked chokes. And this was all before people believed, you know, people even understood what grappling was. There was no such thing. These guys that were fighting were, you know, a lot of them came from like the bare knuckles fighting clubs, things of that nature. I mean, just brute of guys just comes out there and just, you know, beat you until you're bleeding or knocked out. And Hoist would just get a hold of them. I mean, he'd just wrap them up. And that's where things kind of changed for me. I was a wrestler all through school. And I started seeing this stuff. And I'm like, wait, there's something to this, man. This guy is something. And that's why I started getting into, you know, jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts more than just wrestling. And that was something. I loved it.
I also loved Randy Couture as well. He was another warrior.
Yeah. Yep. Yep, and there's a lot of them. There was a lot of them back then. I did the whole I didn't do his, I don't believe. I don't think so. But I did what was that guy's name? Why can I not think of it now? The big guy that went from and I can't believe this.
The blonde-haired guy, Brock Lesnar, no?
No, not him. No, he was from wrestling. No, way before that. Way back in the old days. I'm trying to think what the guy's name was. I actually took his I want to call it a course when we're in trading, but I actually I took his I guess it was, you'd call it a course back then, and I actually learned a lot from him. What was that guy's name? Oh my gosh. Yes, the wife told me. Thank you. Boss Rutan. I don't know if any of you heard of him. This yes. Older days. Yeah. And I learned a lot from him, from the mixed martial arts side of things, along with jiu-jitsu, you know. Oh, I got into it super big back in the day, but after all was said and done, I could not pass the physical. Dumbest thing in the world. I had my mind set and couldn't pass the physical because I have spondylolisthesis that I did not know about. I know that sounds crazy, but what essentially it is a broken bone in your lower back. I've got a broken vertebrae in my lower back, and I didn't know it. And a drop that is wrong or a fall that's hard or whatever can easily paralyze me. So therefore, I could not pass the physical to actually go on further, and it sucks in every way of the thoughts of sucking. So his self-defense comedy bits are hilarious. Yeah, that's what I got into afterwards, man, Bear Bull. After I couldn't do any of that, I had to have an outlet for all of that frustration more than anything, I'll be honest with you. And I got huge into actual self-defense on every level. So whether it be weapons or whatever, I started trading all those things, and I traded them for years and years and years, still do today. So that's what I did with all of my they want to call it aggression, I say frustration, because that's where I've been at with it. for all those years. But again, it brings me where I am now, right? So you got to be happy with where you ended up. More actual play time in soccer than American football, though. Lots more stamina required. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I told the wife when it comes to basketball. See, I played football and basketball in school, and the differences, and I don't know if you played them both in school. I was big into sports, but either way, and the difference is ridiculous going from football to basketball. Stamina is a huge part of basketball in comparison. Football's not so bad. But yeah. I grew up getting my butt kicked. Wasn't into martial arts. Did a 1-week trial, but my little brother was, and I was his sparring partner all the way through his black belt. Yeah. Well, I had a couple instances when I was young that echo, and you get a one of those things where things just click, and you realize things. It's like, I don't know how many people have heard about my getting hit by a car story. I know a lot of you have. So if you have, then you have. But that was one of those things, The bully wanted to, meet me after school to fight and blah, 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 blah. And by the time I'm walking by his house and his sister, I was young at the time. I don't remember exactly what age, but regardless, his sister came out with a pipe, and I ran, and I'm young, and I ran into the street and got hit by a Cadillac. Back then, the Cadillacs were built a lot better than they are now. 80 something Cadillac, you guys know what I'm talking about. And it was doing 45 mile an hour road. How fast were they going? I don't know, but it was a 45 mile an hour road. And that's what essentially, like a tank, exactly. That's what essentially killed my back. And it's sad because that was... What?
Did they go punished at least, the sister?
No.
With the pipe? No?
No.
I will fucking mash that sister.
Nah. But anyway,
It's my man.
you don't, you don't really talk about those things, but yeah. So that was essentially what got me saying, okay, well, I'd never run from a fight again, and that's what clicked in my head. I'd never run from a fight again. I'd never run from a fight again. So, because that was a lot worse. Would I rather get hit by a pipe or get hit by a, 6,500 pound car? If I had it all to do over again, I'd get hit by a pipe. So that's the first thing that clicked in my head, right? And then a little while later, and this was still during, I think I was 8 at the time during both these incidents, right? A little while later, and I lived in the hood, right? So that's part of it too. But either way, I was like the only white kid in my neighborhood, so that didn't help anything. But a little while later, I had a buddy that had his bike stolen, and I told the buddy that this kid named Buki was riding his bike. Right? Buki was 16. I was 8 at the time, and they caught me, after school. Him and his 18-year-old buddy, and I didn't know what to do. I had my buddy with me. My buddy just stood there. This kid, slapped me, talking, saying I was a snitch, this, that, the other, and slapped me. And, I didn't know what to do. Felt like a big idiot. I didn't know how to fight. I didn't know how to do anything. I mean, at this point, I was in wrestling from a young age, but didn't know how to fight. It's just different. You don't look at it that way. Like I started wrestling before I even remember, but you didn't look at it that way at the time. And I just stood there. And, You know, his 18-year-old friend's like, "Ah, what'd you do? Did you smack him?" He's like, "Oh no," and he punches me, and I'm still just standing. I didn't know what to do. I was scared out of my mind. And that year was like the big click for me. You know, I wasn't gonna run. I knew better than that, and I just stood there and looked like an idiot. And I didn't want to do that anymore. I was like, you know, you would feel better fighting and getting your ass kicked. At least you actually put in effort to do something. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where everything changed for me. And it's sad because the hospital, I went to the emergency room. You know, I got knocked out when I got hit by the car. I had no idea what happened. I woke up. I was on a, back. They put me in a board and did my neck, and I'm getting loaded into an ambulance. And they go to the hospital, and I'd scraped my ankle, right? My ankle was like scraped down the road, right? So they go and they take x-rays of my ankle, and that's it. You know, I never complained about my back. So that's what everybody always says. Well, you never complained about it. No, I didn't. You know, I didn't know it was hurt. Never realized that everything happened so much. And I still didn't know it until many years later, 10, 11 years later. I didn't realize there was anything wrong with my back, right? I never had an x-ray of it. Nothing. Why would you? But it just kills me that you go into emergency rooms and they don't figure stuff out like that. I mean, and again, maybe things are a lot different today, but I could have easily been paralyzed at any time throughout those years of not knowing, because I was wrestling still. I was playing sports. I was doing all these things, and I could have saved myself a lot of frustration of trying everything I could to, be an MMA fighter too. You know, I would have known that wasn't a possibility for me. And I had my heart set on it. You know, it's a tough deal. It's a tough deal. Asif, I played, on the line in football when I was young. Yeah.
Fucking, that's sad.
It is what it is. Look where I am today.
That's
I'm fine. I think it mentally made me a better person. All joking aside, I think it puts you through stuff like that. Then mentally you struggle harder. So I wouldn't take a day of it back. But at the same time, you know, you do kind of sit there and say, but everything that happened to you in your past, and this is the fact with everything, guys, you know, and a lot of you guys don't know my story, and I don't share my story a lot because of, you know, the situation that I'm in now. But it wasn't always like this for me. I didn't have anything given to me when I grew up. I was raised by a single mom, you know, and I spent most of my time growing up living in super bad areas and things of this nature. I didn't get here because everything was handed to me. I had to work my ass off for every single thing that I've ever achieved in life. And a lot of people forget that. And a lot of people, you sit here and you're talking and they just take it for granted that, you know, you somehow were born with a silver spoon in your mouth and everything that you had is handed down to you. And it's funny how people look at you that way a lot. And it's absolutely not the truth. It just is what it is. But with that being said, everybody's got the same thing, right? Like, all you guys, any of the struggles that you've been through, anything that you've had in life that seemed like the worst thing that could possibly happen, right? That makes you stronger when you make it through these things. And that's the same thing with anything. And I mean, you can use this when it comes to trading. You can use this when it comes to life in general. You can use it for anything. Everything that you went through makes you the person you are today. So you don't want to take any of that back. People say, oh, I wish I had a better childhood. For what? Unless you hate the person you are today, right? Some people do that, and that's fine. Doesn't make no sense to me. I have no idea why somebody hates who they are today. It makes no sense to me at all. If you do, you know, I'm sorry. That sucks. I don't think anybody should. But what people will do is complain about the past all the time. Wish this would have happened. Wish that would have happened. Wish this would have been better. Wish I would have had a better childhood. Wish this, wish that. At the end of the day, guys, you wouldn't be where you are today without all those things, right? You'd never be the person that you are without all those things. It's the struggles that make you into the person that you are at the end of the day. So, wish I was profitable,
I wish
Max
I wasn't
says.
so much of a pussy.
Yeah, Max. And once you are profitable, right? Once you are profitable, then you can say, hey, you know, it took me all these trials and tribulations to get here. That's the whole thing. The kids nowadays have never had to face any of the issues we did as
Yes,
Gen X.
Paul is 100%
Yep,
right.
Paul. Yep, Paul.
Paul is 100% right.
It's a lot different. I agree, Paul. It's a lot different. I was just talking to the wife about this, and not so much about Gen X, but just something that you guys can understand. A lot of you guys that are older can understand. They talk about, you know, the internet going out, and how if the internet went out, that'd be like essentially the end of the world as we know it. And I sit here and I think about this. You know, you think about the late '90s when we didn't even really, you know what I mean? Even the late '90s. When we were just getting into the real internet swing of things, per se, you know, mid to late 90s, we weren't dependent on it. We still had, you know, Garmin's or TomToms. We were still using them for directions, or the people who didn't have them had paper maps, and now everybody gets everywhere on their phone. I mean, it's a big thing now that you think about it. You know, all of our entertainment was not done on the internet at that time. You know, the internet wasn't doing everything. I didn't have a cell phone until 2006, That Echo says. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I had a cell phone long before that. No, it's funny. I'll tell you a funny story, That Echo. And it would be amazing if phones still work this way. I would say they don't. But I'll tell you my first cell phone story. This is going to kill some of you guys. Some of you will know what I'm talking about. Some of you will have no idea. Do you guys remember back when they had phone cards? Remember when we used to get the phone cards and it was like 10 cents a minute for long distance phone calls, and you'd go and you'd go to the payphone and you put your phone card number in and lottie. Well, I got the system. I had the system beat way back then. Great story. I love this. I tell this to my kids. They have no idea what I'm talking about. But anyways, I went to a garage sale back in, it was probably mid 90s, guys. Mid to later 90s. Maybe 96, 97, something like that, right? And this is when I'm still young. I'm still young at this point, right? So don't think I'm too old. But anyway, I'm young back then. And I go to a garage sale and I buy me a bag phone, right? And I'm sure you guys remember bag phones. Well, it had no service on it because it's just a bag phone. You put it in your car, you plug it into the cigarette lighter. That's how it gets its power and everything else, right? Yeah, everybody's laughing already. A bag phone. Yes, a bag phone. But these things had super high prices to turn them on, right? But I found the cheat code. You could go on that bag phone and you could call that 1-800 number on the back of that calling card, and you could use that calling card on that bag phone. So, I mean, I was balling. I got this bag phone. I'm talking on this bag phone using my prepaid phone card. I'm thinking I'm the best thing that ever happened since sliced bread, boy. And it worked. It was the craziest thing ever. That Echo says my parents chose where to buy the first house, so it would be long distance from my mom to call, since she was too cheap to call and bother my mom. That's funny. But yeah, that's how I used to do my calls. But because back then, man, I had they see me rolling. I used to have a pager. Pager was how you did it back then. So, if you weren't super into cell phones were super crazy. What cartoons did you watch growing up, Rihanna? I didn't watch a lot of cartoons, honestly. So he got bullied. I didn't get bullied after a while. I did get bullied in my younger years. You guys got to understand, I started off, and here's something else, and of course you guys can look at it however you want, but I was 150 pounds for as long as I could remember. And people say, well, what do you talk about? When you were a young kid, you were 150 pounds. Yeah, as a young kid, I was 150 pounds, so I was a big fat kid, right? But what was crazy about it is I was 150 pounds at, 21 too. So, and I turned into a not fat kid anymore as I started growing. So changed a lot, but yeah, as a young kid, I was a fat kid. As a 16-year-old, it was altogether different. 16-year-old, I was, 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", somewhere around there. 150 pounds. Yeah, me too, Dad Echo. I was 150 pounds. Actually, at my peak, when I was in fight shape, I was down to like 143, which is completely absurd, and everybody talks about this. I wasn't this big, bulky guy by any means. I was a tall, lanky. I was built more like Nick Diaz, if that makes sense to you guys. That's how I was when I was at the prime of wanting to go fight UFC. So essentially, and he's bigger than me, just say, but I could have ran the 145 class at 6 foot. Huge wingspan, super strong and super small for the 145 class, and that was my plan. So fighting guys with the likes like Uriah Faber, right? I don't know if any of you guys remember Uriah Faber, but guys like that. And he would have had a huge problem against somebody with, the wingspan of me, right? DBZ. DBZ. Well, you're talking about Dragon Ball Z. I never watched that. I was never big into cartoons. I'm not gonna lie to you. I grew up fast. The roast of Uriah Faber, yeah. That's the class I would have been in, essentially, back then. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of Dragon Ball Z stuff, though. Because we, got into, like, well, I told you guys about that. We got into buying and selling stuff for a long time, and I bought a storage unit that had a whole bunch of stuff in it, and some of the stuff that was in there was, like, Dragon Ball Z stuff, all these figurines and all this new stuff that was collectible. So I've got a whole bunch of it. In my trailer, honestly. Like my cargo trailer, I believe it's still sitting in there. Someday I'll have to get it out and put it for sale, because somebody said something about that guy. That guy passed away or something. How tall am I, Sonny? 6 foot. Or are you talking about that Echo? Oh, 5'8", Dead Echo, yeah. Yeah, I'm 6 foot. Yeah, see, I'm more like 175 now. So, my build's much different than it was. In my younger years, I've filled out some. But still, I'm not, overweight or whatnot. 175 at 6 foot, I don't think it's that bad. I think it's probably about average, I would say. 6 foot ain't average. No, 6 foot ain't average, Max, but I think 175 at 6 foot is probably about average. I'm right there. Got up to 180, now back to 165 and holding, that echo says. Yeah, I'm right around 175, 180, depending on pendant, you know, each time. That's where I stay around. All right, Max. That's about where I stay, so I'm still not a big guy by any means. I've never been 6'2", 220, yeah. Yeah, Sonny, you're a big guy. Hell yeah. My son's over 6 freaking foot. Freaking kid, he's 17 years old. He's taller than me. So what the world? Can do this. I'm taller than my dad. My brother is taller than me. Just hope my sons are taller than me too. Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I couldn't believe it. Like, it happened overnight, Dad Echo. Like, I knew that he was going to be... I knew he was going to be tall. Doctor said he was going to be tall, you know. But I guess I just didn't ever realize that, you know, 16, 17 years old, all of a sudden I'd be looking up at this kid. Come on. I'm a grown man. So, I'm not short, dang it. He makes me feel short, though. Kid. DJ Flake, that breakout that you said, see, it didn't happen. Nothing's happening. It's just banging back and forth. That's what I was trying to tell you. She's not doing nothing. Okay, left. I don't know. There we go. Now she's gonna fall down. After I say she's not doing nothing. Hold on. What'd you say earlier, Sonny? Hold up. 46.2. 26. Okay. I'm dyslexic, Sonny. Like, did he just call the top? 42.6 was the top. Okay, you said 46.2. Close, close. Does anybody have any questions? As we're not doing anything. I know I'm not gonna do nothing with any of this stuff, guys. But very unusual. See, this Dixie's going down, as is gold. Very unusual. I'm not playing this. Yeah, 46.2. Under bearish, above bullish, yeah. Yep, I see that. And it's dropping. It's probably, it could drop some here. I don't see nothing to do with it. I will tell you that. Going to stay out of it today. I'll be honest with you. This price action is I would say very unpredictable. Indices aren't doing bad. Yeah, I just looked at NQ. Looks like she's moving. Kind of stuck in this daily range though. Paul keeps on talking about RTY. It's working well.
I got a couple of quick scalps out of it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Stop losses are a bit more manageable than they are on the NQ. That's what I like about the RTY.
NQ's rough when it comes to stop losses. That's the only thing I don't like about NQ. I love the way it moves, but the stop losses are less than manageable most of the time.
Yep.
I like this candle on gold, but yeah, I don't know how. There was no entry for me. There was no way to take advantage of it. Kind of ugly. You could have said that it rejected again, but she kept coming up and rejecting. Tough to get involved. Really was. I don't know if this put a top wick on first. You could have maybe put a top wick on here first and traded it back down, but I still think you would have been in, you know, a risky move, really. Anybody have any questions, thoughts, anything else? Anything, guys?
I'm just sitting watching now for my volume profiles to play out. There's not really much more can be done now at this stage of the game. It always dies at this time of day anyway.
Yeah,
And
it does.
the volume
It does.
always dies. So yeah, I just give back $20 that I just made there.
Oh no!
Getting rules. But I know it's all right. At least I had it. I made it to give it back, so it's not too bad.
True. Very true. Very true.
The action is bad. No, I think I'm going to settle it. Maybe keep an eye on the RTY, maybe the ES, just to see if something plays out.
I'll come back and start looking at the charts again at probably 2-ish and see how NQ's moving, and if there's anything around then between 2 and 4, I might trade a little bit of NQ, but maybe not. It's Monday. I probably won't do a whole lot. So that's my plans for the day. I'll probably, if the truth be told, I'll probably jump onto a poker table. Get a few hands in. Tomorrow's news day, Asif said. Maybe it'll be good tomorrow then. That would be nice. Like I said, gold's dumping. But, yeah, I don't know. I didn't have any entry or any way to take advantage of it, so is what it is. Alright guys, I think I will pack up for the day. I will see you all first thing tomorrow morning. Like I said, I will be looking at NQ at 2, but I really doubt there's going to be anything. So have a good afternoon, evening.
Oh shit, what happened? What happened?
What happened?
I was off for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. We shorted. We put 10 contracts on it. Shorted all the way down, Chief Locke. Where were you at?
Nah, no way. No,
Yeah, we added. Yeah, we added because we knew we saw this dump and we were like, "Oh, the mega dump's coming," and everybody was in agreement. So we said, "Okay, let's full port it then," and we full ported it all the way down.
Nah, no way. Oh, are you? No fucking way. No way. No, but what happened? I've been out for 10 minutes.
You left. You were holding the market open, or you were holding the market up. We'll go down more. S8S audio, possibly. I mean, it could go down more. Yeah, there's nothing saying that it won't.
Everybody. Fuck, I thought everybody went long, and I think they did because the market went down.
Yeah.
Tell me I ain't right now.
Yeah, that you're not right.
Where's the
That
top hunt? Where's
the market
top
was
hunt?
going up. I don't think there was really much of a stop on. It's just kind of bleeding out. Honestly, this wasn't a fast move by any means. It's just been bleeding down the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, want to recover some loss? Can you suggest some entry? S8 audio. I think it's tough to enter currently. Sadly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I'm not saying you can't enter. You could try to, let me look. Try to get a reality hack. Nope. It's tough, man. I mean, as of right now, it's just bleeding down. It makes no sense. There's the bounce from Dixie. She came down. You would have expected, right? And we kind of were looking at it this morning. You would have expected, I expected Dixie to come down here, test this 50, test this level here, which should have pushed gold up. Instead, gold came down. So the price action is really, really, really crazy right now. If you can find a setup, some way that you trade S8S, great, but I would try to stay out of the market and just kind of eat the loss and come back tomorrow. I imagine tomorrow price action will be better and we'll find some good entries, but there is not a there's really nothing to get involved in currently. You're essentially flipping a coin, I'll be honest with you. So unfortunately, yeah. All right, man, Bear Bull, yeah. Have a good one, man. S8 audio. Have a good one. Paul, Max, G Flock A, Sonny, that Echo. Have a great one, guys. Yeah. And I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. All right. Have a good one, guys. See you tomorrow.
Reality.
Oh.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Hi, guys.